business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma is an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker, and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it's served him well.
Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission.
And several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different...
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, ValueAg, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The US was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's energy independence executive order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the US commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and US states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch. Some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file. And we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. And we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. bring it over to the aging table, where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
It's a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something. You have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Defend cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect the pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice. You've got to be able to judge material temperatures. You've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's a stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweler. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives. So we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom. So as soon as I had one, I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something. It just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut out of CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table, once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, it's time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，我们初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，布鲁蒂能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同质互联网公司。
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question?
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It was, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick 2 weeks later.
12 in the morning, pop shells for a living and baby gon' smell blood trail every minute, bro.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I just did sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. It's just more entertaining. We just edit it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
12 in the morning, pop shells for the living in.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on, a Reebok pouch. This is the hardest nigga of all time.
He said, when you come for a trigger like me, that was dope.
Like, it's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like, if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, it's like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it. Like, who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up. I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it. Like, next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and, what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for, independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first online. I was here at 1.
I was the third person online.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chigga. I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
He's
That's my dad, son.
You guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers, touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there?
First time we came out with B, Jade said, "It feels like I've been released from prison."
Do you want these, Mrs.?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right.
Yeah. And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's Jade. It's Jade.
Oh.
So you can talk to Jade through this. Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation. You've got some friends here, look.
Hiya.
When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. A lot of the time, with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in the house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do. Was that? Good. It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably. And so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well, and it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for fifth generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny, but it confines your imagination, your thoughts into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So, and why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本やったの。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになってきて。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってあり。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire! It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
Expose everything you won't admit. And action. This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh.
But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone is a girl? Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And I think my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010, and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms, and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad, and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, where's the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And we're pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about, like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name. Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals. There's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime. You know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, you know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company. And that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW!
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! It's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence, cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner. And they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag Give Divas a Chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now, so we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but This is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world. And I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yeah.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. Yes. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. The company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got a sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire, and I think as a company we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years. And I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering
means
to
a layman like
feathering
me?
Crashing. Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
And so within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars? I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially, you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back, somewhat reluctantly, back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week, he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets, rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
you
brand.
had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people.
That's telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point, we are leaning forward. In 2018, for us, is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy, and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking in some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers, the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values. And one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company, and to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in the space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
And is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed, everyone. It is certainly a new week, live from my home in New Jersey. That's still the same. We're also streaming on YouTube. It is, though, Monday, November 9th, 2020, and we are seeing a lot of optimism. It definitely feels like it is in the air. Stocks surging around the world, in the U.S. Of course, it all has to do with a large-scale coronavirus vaccine study delivering the most promising results in our fight against this pandemic. It really is, right? It's a reminder. It's all about COVID-19 and getting it under control. So lots to cover, including a little bit of politics on this Monday. We'll get to that in just a moment. First up, though, let's set the scene. Let's take a look at that trading day with Doug Krisner.
Hey, Carol.
Hey,
so
Doug.
You're absolutely right. The vaccine information is driving a lot of the price action, but we should not forget this is the first opportunity for markets in the U.S. to react to the calling of the presidential race for the Biden-Harris ticket. And at the same time, if you accept the fact that Republicans appear to be on path to maintain control in the Senate, we're going to be looking at divided government going forward. So you mentioned that large-scale COVID-19 vaccine study. You're right, the most promising results that we have seen to date. This is a COVID-19 shot being jointly developed by Pfizer and Germany's BioNTech. It was found to have prevented more than 90% of infections. Right now, I'm looking at a gain in the Dow of 4.8%. That's a record high here at 29,682. NASDAQ comp rising more than 3% and an all-time high, 3618. Energy shares up in large measure due to a rally that we are looking at in crude oil. WTI is up more than 8.5% right now at 40.30. And we're looking at a stronger dollar, a much weaker Japanese yen at 105.46, and long-term interest rates moving up with the 10-year Treasury adding 13 basis points. 10-year right now at 95 basis points. I'm Doug Krisner at the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. We'll check back on market action in about 15 minutes from now. Carol?
Sounds good, Doug. Yeah, interesting Monday. All right, folks, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. We got a lot going on. Doug, of course, setting out the trading scene. Let's set the Business Week agenda on this Monday. Vince Signorella is with us, global macro strategist, Bloomberg News. You know who he is. He contributes to the Macro Squawk Desk, which you can find at Squawk Go on your launchpad. Dave Wilson, also with us, stocks editor at Bloomberg News. He's on the remote access from New Jersey. Vince Signorella. So Doug and I kind of laying out the trade, maybe a little bit election, a lot of virus. How do you see it?
Oh, it's vaccine.
Yeah. I mean, this is a big deal. I was talking to a senior person at one of the big pharma companies, and they're like, this is big. 90%. That's a big deal.
Yeah, and a buddy of mine on the street who's got a very reputable friend at the Cleveland Clinic told him exactly the same thing, that this looks like the real deal. The question, though, is have we gotten a little bit ahead of ourselves in the fact that this is potentially a year away? I know some people are talking 6 months, but the Pfizer vaccine is going to take 2 doses. Realistically, and it's going to take a while to get that up to speed. And at the same time, you have the situation where we could potentially still see a Republican Senate and not get the relief that we need by January, which means the vaccine's not going to come soon enough to give us relief for lack of stimulus that the Democrats would like to see. So there's still going to be a lot of pain before we see a lot of gain, and I'm just not so sure the markets might have jumped a little bit ahead of themselves.
Well, you're absolutely right about that. Everybody I talk to, whether it's a CEO in healthcare, in pharma, or just, folks running companies, they're saying, you know what, this is good, but you're right, it's going to take some time. Dave Wilson, come on in on the trade in terms of what we're seeing behind this rally.
Well, it's a pretty extreme move, no question. I was just running through the S&P 500. You've got 125 stocks in the index that are up more than 10% today, so double-digit gains. There are only 92 stocks down right now, which really shows you how skewed things are. And you look at the energy stocks in particular. We talked about them so often because they haven't done well. They've been the worst performers this year by far among the S&P 500's 11 main industry groups. And right now, the S&P 500 Energy Index is up more than 15%. Just goes to show you how extreme things are. And then you look at the financials being up more than 9%. And what really jumps out there, it's the biggest banks. Bank of America, Citigroup, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, all up at least 12.5% at the moment. So, yeah, that's a pretty extreme move. Now, you can argue that maybe tied into what we're seeing in the bond market with prices falling, yields rising. That's a plus for those companies down the line, potentially.
Right.
So it really is a pretty staggering sort of performance, not only from those shares, but from the market more broadly.
What I love about the resiliency of kind of our world at large, and I think about this story, Vince, it's on the Bloomberg, about Wall Street not waiting for President Trump to concede, that top banking leaders, they are turning their focus to business under a Joe Biden administration. I mean, folks are moving forward. Did we lose Vince?
No, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay.
You're still talking.
Well, I am still talking to you. But my point is, people are making decisions, right, and moving on.
Oh, absolutely, totally. There are people, there are foreign leaders that have chimed in and congratulated Joe Biden. I mean, look, the bottom line is there's never been a lack of a smooth transition. McConnell's guaranteed it. The major Republican leaders will eventually step forward, and this process will go forward. Joe Biden will take office on, is it January 20 or 21? I forget. But, it remains to be seen whether, as Dave said, the banks are jumping today and, thinking we're going to be out of this and we're not going to have defaults and mortgages are going to be paid and rents are going to be paid. But that's not actually going to happen. We still have, let's call it minimum of 6 months for that to go on.
Stuff has to happen, right?
If the stimulus doesn't happen in January, to the extent that, the states are bailed out, for instance, people are going to get laid off. More defaults are going to come, and we're far, far away from getting out of this problem. So, you know, again, I'm not just pouring cold water on this. It's a really, really great news. But, you know, you don't celebrate your graduation in sophomore year. You need to put in the extra time.
Right. And you do wonder whether there'll be some kind of coming down to earth. I think it's just kind of, it feels a little bit, Dave, like pent up. I mean, well, we had a rally last week, big time. So not necessarily pent up. It's just a continuation of it out there.
Well, it's a different look, though, and we'll get into this next hour with my chart of the day because, you know, if you were looking at last week from Election Day beyond, I mean, it had a very familiar ring to it in terms of the kinds of industry groups that were leading the way. And today, I mean, big tech is definitely taking a back seat. It's everything else. It's all the beaten down shares, starting with the banks, but kind of going from there, you know, travel companies, you know, transportation, you name it, that are at the forefront of these gains. You know, even real estate investment trusts that own, you know, office buildings or, you know, shopping malls or whatever. I mean, they're really taking off too. So it's a very different look today than what we saw last week.
Well, as our Pim Fox messaged me, I wonder what Warren Buffett thinks about all of this, whether he's, you know, in there buying, or, you know, or has been, especially on some of these beaten down names, especially on this news. So we shall see. Hey, guys, thank you so much. Vince Signorella, of course, our global macro strategist here at Bloomberg News. Check him out at Squawk Go on your launch pad. Dave Wilson, stocks editor at Bloomberg News. He's going to be back a little bit later on the remote access in New Jersey. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. We got a lot coming up. We're going to double down, certainly on the election, what a Biden administration might look like. Changes again, though, in the Trump administration. So we'll talk about that as well. Mark Esper is out. We've got a great lineup. We're also going to talk about the intersection of technology and politics. Jim McKelvey, co-founder of Square, he is on. He has a company. It's a data center company, and they saw things about the election that polls missed. So we'll check in with him. We'll also check in with the former media director for Senator Marco Rubio's presidential campaign about women really taking over and making some inroads when it comes to the Senate, Republican women. So we'll get to that a little bit later on. Lots going on this Monday. For a check on our world and national news, let's check in with Nancy Lyons. She's in our D.C. studio. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Defense Secretary Mark Esper, as you mentioned, was fired in a tweet today as President Trump went after a top aide that he blames for not supporting him sufficiently. Trump says he's naming Christopher Miller, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, as acting Pentagon chief. Bloomberg contributor and Iona professor Jeannie Zaino says this is a bit of a surprise.
We understood in recent days that he had agreed to keep Esper on. And, of course, he was responding to calls from Mitch McConnell and others in the Senate who pressured the White House not to shake things up at this point.
Esper's relationship with Trump soured after he resisted Trump's suggestion to use active duty forces to handle protests. Well, President-elect Joe Biden is outlining his priorities as he prepares for his new job as president.
I've named the COVID-19 Transition Advisory Board, comprised of distinguished public health experts, to help our transition team translate the Biden-Harris COVID-19 plan into action.
Biden's announcement comes with some positive news on the coronavirus front. A vaccine developed by Pfizer and BioNTech is showing promising results. We get more from Bloomberg intelligence analyst Sam Fazeli.
The vaccine was more than, that's the phrase they use, 90% effective. And remember, please, the endpoint of this trial was essentially pretty mild disease. So the fact that it was that effective at that stage, one hopes that it will be very effective in the more severe cases.
In separate news, Novavax has been granted FDA Fast Track designation for its vaccine candidate. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week on this Monday. I'm Carol Massar along with Doug Krisner. And Doug, you know, it's kind of an interesting day where we're seeing certainly big developments when it comes to a COVID-19 vaccine. That Pfizer news, as we just talked about, really propelling the equity markets and really global markets higher today. But at the same time, when you continue to look at the headlines, whether it's the number of cases, the number of hospitalizations, we're watching that over in Europe and we're watching that in the United States.
Definitely, particularly here in New York City, Carol, where the mayor said we are dangerously close to a second wave of the coronavirus. The city right now has a positive test rate that's above 2%. One of the things that you'll remember from the onset back in March, April, the capacity strains that were put in place as patients began arriving in hospitals, they didn't really have the capacity to meet demand, right?
Yeah, and that's what gets worrisome. And that's why, everyone says you got to watch those case numbers, because as they rise, typically what follows is an increase in hospitalizations. And it doesn't take much, which kind of staggers me or surprises me considering how massive our healthcare system is, but it doesn't take much for it to be okay in terms of how it's functioning to all of a sudden it's stressed and there's a lot of strains on it.
No doubt. And today we heard from Anthony Fauci. He was very optimistic about the impact that this COVID-19 shot from Pfizer and BioNTech may have. But here we are in New York getting ready to embrace the holidays, the traditions of, the Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade, the tree lighting at Rockefeller Center. I mean, this is going to be a very, very different world that New Yorkers are living in as we walk up to the end of the year.
Right. It's one thing during the summer, right? Even, warmer spring days where you can get outside, you can be together. This is very different. It's colder. You've got to be inside. And you do wonder what that will ultimately do to the numbers. We're certainly watching. I've talked to just a big pharmaceutical executive just this morning who said getting ready for a pretty dark and dismal winter when it comes to the virus. So that's unfortunate.
No doubt, no doubt. We'll be talking more about this as we continue on the program.
Good stuff. Doug, nice to have you here.
Yeah,
Doug Krisner
definitely.
here on Bloomberg Radio.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
We have a rally in the equity markets at this hour with the Dow and the S&P 500 trading at record highs. Primary driver of today's price action, the results from a large-scale coronavirus vaccine study. This is a two-stage shot developed jointly by America's Pfizer and Germany's BioNTech. Right now I'm looking at Pfizer shares trading up by more than 10%. BioNTech shares, these are the ADRs that trade in New York, up more than 15%. The results of the study found to have prevented infections 90% of the time. And U.S. infectious disease expert Anthony Fauci was saying earlier, this development will have a major impact on everything we do with regard to COVID-19 going forward. So what we are seeing now is a massive shift away from stocks that had previously created the greatest momentum, things that were related to that stay-at-home trade. Zoom, Peloton moving lower. Some of the big cap tech stocks also showing relative weakness. Look at the NASDAQ composite. We are only up about 0.2%. But for the Dow, a gain of more than 4.6% right now. And the S&P 500 is ahead by more than 2.8%. Financials benefiting from a move up in long-term interest rates. The 10-year Treasury picking up more than 13 basis points. We are just under 95 basis points. And energy rallying on the back of a big jump in the price of crude oil. Crude in New York at $40.40. We're up by more than 8.8%. I'm Doug Krisner in New York, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Investors realizing there's another part of the market there, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
All right, good stuff. Doug Krisner. All right, we do want to focus in on, of course, the virus today. We really have some highs and lows when it comes to COVID-19. We, of course, have talked about the COVID-19 vaccine being developed by Pfizer, preventing more than 90% of infections in a study. So that is definitely the good, the good news. The rough news, of course, being cases in the U.S. topping 100,000 for a fourth day, bringing the nation's total close to the 10 million mark. So a lot going on. Let's get to it with Dr. Josh Sharfstein, Vice Dean for Public Health Practice and Community Engagement at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, of course, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Dr. Sharfstein joining us on the phone in Baltimore. So nice to have you here with us. So you wake up and see these headlines about Pfizer and you think what?
That's great news. I mean, it's certainly great to see this kind of promising data. We know that it's got to be validated. People are going to look at it. We know there, even has to be more safety data collected. But, the big question before now was whether or not evidence of an immune response was really evidence that people wouldn't get the disease. And that answer appears to be yes, that the vaccine isn't just giving people antibodies, it's actually protecting them from getting sick.
I mean, this is huge. This is massive. At the same time, we talked about this, Dr. Sharfstein, at the top of our broadcast, that an important development, right? It's kind of what we've all been working towards, but we kind of need to slow down because it, of course, means now we have to kind of make and produce and manufacture the vaccine and create the quantity that the world needs.
Well, the first thing is to make sure the results bear out. There will be a chance for the Food and Drug Administration to really look at the data. There'll be an independent advisory committee that'll look at the data. Those are really important checks to make sure that we're dealing with a safe and effective vaccine for the population. The good news is, though, that the company's already started making the vaccine. So it's not a case, typically you might wait to see the review of the data and then you'd start making it in quantity. But the companies here and the other companies too, they're making vaccine so that if it turns out the vaccine works, they have it right away. And so the company's projecting maybe 10 million doses by the end of the year, which is, it seems like a lot, but of course it's not enough for the world or the United States, but it's a pretty good start. It's not 10 million doses 2 years from now.
Right.
They've really been working very hard to get this going. And so it creates, the opportunity. The other, part of the good news here is that the protein that is the target of it's sort of the key aspect of the vaccine is also targeted by other vaccines. So I think there's some optimism that if this vaccine works, that the other vaccines, which are in late-stage clinical trials, will also work. And that will mean we're not just dealing with scaling up one vaccine, but maybe a number of vaccines, which hopefully all will be very effective.
Right. And as you said, we need to get through all the safety steps to make sure that, I mean, key to this is people who want to take it. And I do wonder, the more that we explain, I mean, there are people who are just anti-vaccinations, and that's kind of a group that has felt that way before COVID. But there are people who, I think because we've seen this process politicized, that it's made people a little bit nervous about taking it. You know, what confidence do you have in terms of the steps that are being taken on a safety level that ultimately the vaccines that are out on the market will be safe ones and ones that should be taken by all Americans, or those that, you know, as many as that can be?
Well, I think the Food and Drug Administration put out some very reasonable standards for safety, and that's why the company is still collecting data for safety, to really make sure there are at least a couple months of very good safety data showing a very safe vaccine. And, you know, so that does give me confidence. But it's also important to realize that vaccines are going to be given to a lot of people, and there may be different kinds of safety signals that come up over time. And so it's just as important to continue to monitor for safety and monitor for the data on effectiveness and be able to adjust the vaccine program as it changes over time. If you have very strong safety data at the beginning, it's going to be very helpful to saving lives, but you're still going to need to keep an eye on safety even as the number of cases come down.
We're going to do some news and come back, but just in about 40 seconds, is there anything in terms of vaccines given to older people versus younger people? Is there any difference in terms of the safety or the ability for an individual to deal with it? Does that have anything to do with the age?
Well, that's a great question, and that's one of the reasons that the data really need to be reviewed carefully to look to see if there's a difference by age. There haven't been trials in children yet, but people, younger adults versus older adults, it's a really important question because the older adults are really at the highest risk for serious illness and death. And so that'll be what the FDA looks at. It'll be what the CDC looks at when they're determining the recommendations. And that's why it's really important to realize that it's not just, we have a vaccine or we don't have a vaccine, but all of these individual questions add up to a strong vaccine strategy.
Right, and that's what a strong safety protocol usually it requires, right, for any kind of new vaccine. We're going to come back to Dr. Josh Sharfstein. He's Vice Dean for the Public Health Practice and Community Engagement, Director of the Bloomberg American Health Initiative at Johns Hopkins University, on the phone from Baltimore. We'll get back to him in just a moment, right here on Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. It is Monday. It's a new week. A lot going on, though, once again. We're going to continue, though, with our conversation about the latest COVID-19 headlines. We're going to continue with Dr. Josh Sharfstein over at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. We'll get back to him in just a moment. First up, though, let's get another check on your top business headlines. A look at that trading day. Here is Doug Krisner.
Hey, Carol, we are slightly off the best levels of the day in the equity market right now. The Dow holding on to a gain of around 4.3%, but we are below a record high now at 29,560. The S&P 500 still trading at a record with a gain of about 2.5%, 35.98. Big driver of today's price action, the results from a vaccine study. This is a COVID-19 two-stage shot jointly developed by Pfizer and Germany's BioNTech. Shares in Pfizer right now better by more than 9%. BioNTech ADRs higher by more than 15%. By the way, the results of the study found to have prevented more than 90% of infections. Also should point out that today is the first opportunity to kind of react to the presidential election being called for the Biden-Harris ticket. And if you kind of buy into the notion that Republicans will maintain control of the Senate, we're going to have divided government in the U.S., and that perhaps fueling a lot of the positivity that we're seeing play out in markets. NASDAQ comp just now turning negative. We are weaker by about 0.2%. We do have many of the financials performing well today, given a move up in long-term interest rates. 10-year Treasury now higher by 12 basis points. We are yielding 94 basis points. We have a little bit of dollar strength with the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index rising 0.4%. A weaker yen here at 105.41. I'm Doug Krisner, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. NASDAQ still up about 32% so far this year. All right, I want to get back to Dr. Josh Sharfstein. He's Vice Dean for Public Health Practice and Community Engagement and Director of the Bloomberg American Health Initiative at Johns Hopkins University. Of course, the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP. And Dr. Sharfstein still with us on the phone in Baltimore. So in our first block, Dr. Sharfstein, we talked about really some of the positive news surrounding the Pfizer developments today and a COVID-19 vaccine. On the flip side, because I feel like it's been a day of highs and lows, we're watching cases in the U.S. topping 100,000 for a fourth day, nation's total close to the 10 million mark. I was talking to, as I mentioned, the head of a pharmaceutical company saying get ready for some pretty dark days come this winter here in the United States. How do you see the next few months playing out when it comes to COVID-19?
Well, this is a really difficult time, and it's not just the number of cases, it's the number of hospitalizations. We have places in the country where there are no hospital beds for sick patients, and they're having to build new hospitals or airlift patients out. Those regions could grow. The healthcare system could really be pushed to the limit or past it in different parts of the country, and then deaths are increasing. So this is a really difficult time. I think the vaccine announcement, if nothing else, tells us that we're not stuck in this situation forever. The more vigilant we can be, the more we can do now to fight against the virus, those are lives that we're saving. Because if we can get a safe and effective vaccine and be able to distribute it, then we want as many people to make it to that point as possible. So hopefully it is a little bit of the, inspiration for people to continue to wear masks, to continue to distance, to protect themselves and others, to not go to big indoor parties. And if more people can realize, look, all I got to do is make it a few more months, into 2021, and maybe we can all put this behind us through a really robust vaccination effort, then this will help people, I think, through this time.
I can't tell you how many times I have that conversation at home with my daughter who's 17, and actually with family members who, when we even think about doing something together, it's like, I've come this far. Why would I risk it at this point? What is the difference about the cold, though? Does it make it tougher? I mean, obviously, it makes it tougher that we've got to be indoors, right? And if we're collecting indoors with other people, that it just increases our chances of potentially of getting COVID-19. But is there also something just about the virility of the virus of COVID-19 during colder weather?
I think nobody really knows that for sure, but probably there's something there. But the bigger issue is that people are together indoors. And we know now a lot about how the virus is transmitted. And, you know, a lot of people indoors without wearing masks, it's like rolling out the red carpet for the virus. And, you know, obviously the big problem with this virus is that it transmits when people don't know they're even sick. And so, you know, you can think you're totally fine. And lo and behold, you know, you've gotten a lot of people infected. I mean, we're now on our third outbreak at the White House where they're testing, you know, everybody all the time. And it's not helping because they weren't, I think, taking, you know, all the precautions in addition to doing the testing. So everybody's got to realize, like, not even a negative test should make you feel confident. I know that there's some parties where people say, well, just get tested and come to the party. That is not a excuse to not wear masks or be distanced because people can really get sick there.
You know, you mentioned the White House. You know, President-elect Joe Biden announced a new 13-member coronavirus task force. We heard about it earlier today and certainly over the weekend as well. That's January, and I do wonder what you're thinking about as you watch, because the federal government is so important in this process, and I know that there's, without getting political, concerns that we really haven't had an organized, you know, unilateral strategy when it came to COVID-19. What needs to continue to happen until we get to the next administration, and what does the new administration need to make sure that they do come January?
Well, I think right now, it's great that the president-elect has created a scientific group that's going to not only advise him, but also help educate the public about the critical things that can be done to reduce the spread of the virus in this difficult time. I'd like to see a lot of cooperation between the transition and the administration. You know, I think that's going to be very important. We're really in a battle against the virus, and we, you know, don't want to have a really abrupt, difficult transfer of power in the middle of all that because it'll just slow down what we can do to save lives. So I think that's going to be important. You know, the Biden transition has a series of priorities that are on its website about the coronavirus, including making sure there's enough protective equipment for people who are essential employees or in healthcare, making sure that there's a national testing strategy. Those are very good priorities, and I think the important thing is going to be prepared to start executing those priorities as soon as they're able to take over.
Yeah, it's certainly a full plate. Dr. Sharfstein, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. Dr. Josh Sharfstein, he's Vice Dean for Public Health Practice and Community Engagement, Director of the Bloomberg American Health Initiative at Johns Hopkins University, and of course, Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Again, when we speak about COVID, good news, optimistic news from Pfizer in terms of a vaccine, but again, cases in the U.S. topping 100,000 for a fourth day, the nation's total close to the 10 million mark. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get another check on world and national news. For that, over to Nancy Lyons in our 99.1 newsroom in the nation's capital. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. President-elect Joe Biden is moving ahead with plans to address the coronavirus pandemic and shape his incoming administration.
We're ready to get to work addressing the needs of the American people. Today, that work begins. It starts with doing everything possible to get the COVID-19 under control, so that we can reopen our businesses safely and sustainably, resume our lives, put this pandemic behind us.
Biden has announced a coronavirus advisory board. Meanwhile, President Trump has fired Defense Secretary Mark Esper. It is a surprising move on the heels of Trump's failed re-election bid. The conventional wisdom is that stability atop the Pentagon and the military be maintained during a possible transition to a new administration. Well, the Senate returns to Washington this week to kick off the last stretch of the 116th Congress.
While there is still uncertainty about the control of the Senate, Congress will face a packed lame duck session with government funding at the top of the agenda. Senate appropriators will release all 12 of their fiscal 2021 spending bills tomorrow. Negotiations could continue on a coronavirus stimulus package. Several coronavirus response programs are set to expire at the end of this year, including emergency leave and pandemic unemployment assistance programs. And the House returns next week. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
South Florida is experiencing widespread flooding as heavy rains from Tropical Storm Eta moves across the region, dumping up to a foot of rain on an area already saturated by 14 inches of rain last month. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser. So we just talked a little bit about what's going on when it comes to COVID-19 on this Monday. We mentioned close to 10 million Americans have been diagnosed with COVID-19 in the past 10 months. Well, over the weekend, one of the hot spots that we know, certainly last spring, is my home state of New Jersey. And we're starting to see, again, those numbers have spiked here in the state. Well, over the weekend, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy caught up with Bloomberg's David Weston. They talked about a bunch of things. Here's a little snippet of that conversation where they talked about Governor Murphy's concerns of the virus continuing to affect people in the Garden State.
We crushed the curve, and now it's come back up. We think a lot of this is fatigue, including in private settings. I was on with Tony Fauci, picking his brain and getting his advice, and he said it's basically that around the country. But I will tell you, the big plea is to not let your hair down. That's exactly what this virus wants us to do, including when you're at your house with your own family. It's hard for us to find a huge set of outbreaks in schools or restaurants or gyms. It's really overwhelmingly private settings.
And of course, you can see that entire interview on the Bloomberg, listen to it as well, on the Bloomberg, also at Bloomberg.com. That, of course, was New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy catching up with Bloomberg's David Weston, talking about a bunch of things. Listen, the new numbers on New Jersey, heard them earlier, and Governor Murphy, in his daily coronavirus briefing, said that beginning Thursday, no indoor dining between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. at restaurants, bars, clubs, lounges, and banquet halls. Outdoor dining, takeout, and delivery services can continue past 10 p.m. All bar-side seating will be prohibited. So again, starting to put some of those lockdown measures that we saw in the spring and certainly throughout the summer when it came to trying to really get control of those virus cases. So once again, we talk about second waves, third waves. We're seeing it around the country. And on a day when there's some optimism because of Pfizer and its pursuit of a COVID-19 vaccine, but nonetheless, those virus cases and hospitalizations, as we just heard, continuing to rise.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
We are continuing to see much of the U.S. equity market rally, although to be fair, we are a little bit off the best levels of the day. The positivity began overnight as markets in Asia began to react to the presidential election being called for the Biden-Harris ticket. And then earlier today, the results on a early vaccine study. This is a COVID-19 shot. It's a two-stage injection being jointly developed by Pfizer and Germany's BioNTech. It was found to have prevented more than 90% of infections. So that news is driving a lot of the price action that we're seeing now. Pfizer shares up by more than 8.5% off their session highs. And BioNTech shares, these are the ADRs that trade here in New York, better by about 14.5%. So the news on the vaccine is boosting many of the shares in laggards like airlines, cruise lines, leisure, hotel, and entertainment firms, in some cases by as much as 25%. And we also have banks and financials rallying, given a move up in long-term interest rates. The 10-year Treasury has added more than 13 basis points. The 10-year right now with a yield of 95 basis points. On the flip side, some of the stay-at-home stocks, names like Zoom, Peloton, even Netflix, they are trading lower. Some of the big cap tech stocks also moving a bit to the downside. Look at the NASDAQ composite holding on to a slim gain here of just 0.1%. The Dow better by 4.5%. S&P 500 up 2.7%. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, really appreciate that update. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. So we are definitely starting to hear more about a Biden White House, the players involved, the people who may take some of the top spots of his administration. In the meantime, what might a Biden White House policies might he pursue? Well, Bloomberg Business Week economics editor Peter Coy, he writes about that. He writes about Bidenomics and a return to normalcy. Let's get into it with Peter. He joins us on the phone from New Jersey. Also with us, Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber. He's on the phone in Brooklyn. We're looking forward here, Joel.
Trying to, and part of this was like, you know, one of the scenarios that we had to kind of plan for last week was, you know, eventually, and it ended up coming on Saturday. You know, what does this country look like under President-elect Biden, and more specifically, what does it mean for business and the economy? And for that, you know, Peter Coy, you know, deftly raised his hand and said, "I think I know," and we said, "Oh, please tell us." So Peter, what's your thesis for what Bidenomics means for America?
Well, it comes out of what we know about Joe Biden, his long history in Congress and Senate, and his personality, and the circumstances the country is in right now. So you extrapolate from all those things, and you come up with a fairly centrist person in a country that is divided. He did win, but there are a lot of people, the Republicans that are likely to control the Senate. There's a lot of people out there who voted for him, who mainly were voting against Trump and more for personality reasons than policy reasons. So he doesn't have like a strong mandate, and let me do it Biden's way, number one. And number two is that even if he did want to advance a strong Democratic platform, Mitch McConnell is very likely to retain the position of Senate Majority Leader, won't let him, the same way he blocked Obama's agenda when Biden was the VP.
So I got to say, Peter, love your story as always. We always learn so much. But I do wonder, so as you point out, you know, a divided Congress and a Republican Senate with a Democrat in the White House could be good for the markets and corporate profits, right? But what does it mean for the economy and economic policies?
Yeah, well, let's first start out with why the stock market seemed to like it. You might have thought that because the chance of a strong stimulus faded a little bit, because the Republican Senate might have given a big, if Trump had gotten reelected, might have voted for a big package just to bolster their man, less likely to do so if it's a Biden White House. Similarly, there would have been a big package if Democrats had taken the Senate and Biden had won. So with divided government, you get probably less stimulus. So that's a short-term thing. But it could be that what was happening is the financial markets were looking ahead to the prospect of smaller tax increase than they would have had if the Democrats had taken the Senate, which seemed like a real possibility for a while there.
Peter, can we also talk about taxes? What should we expect from Biden on that front?
Well, we can say what he said he wants to do, which is insulate people earning less than $400,000 a year from any tax increase, and raise the corporate income tax rate, which was cut under the Trump tax cut of 2017 from 35 down to 21. The 35 rate was one of the world's highest. Well, there were a lot of loopholes in it that made it effectively lower than that, but still, that headline rate was quite high. At 21, it's right in the ballpark, maybe even on the low side among other rich industrialized nations. Biden's talking about putting back up to 28%, so splitting the difference between the old one and the new one. He's also talking, by the way, for people in the New York metro area who are listening to this program, lifting the cap on the SALT deductions to make it that'll be a break for people.
Can I just say, I'm embarrassed, but filing on extension, just getting it done, it'll be interesting to see if we have some changes and from one of those blue states where we were impacted, certainly when it came to some of those local taxes. What's interesting is, you say Trump did get a lot of things done, even if you didn't agree with how he did it. So what do we need to think about in terms of those things that he did get done?
Well, one of the things he did was he got tougher on China, and the obviously a lot of tariffs. And there are a lot of Democrats who think it was time to get tough on China. They thought the Obama administration, which Biden worked for, of course, did not do enough. But they don't necessarily agree with the way Trump went about it. What Trump did was try to basically go it alone. So he didn't just take on China, he sort of took on the world. And that alienated a lot of allies, the Japanese, the Europeans, who could have been on America's side, presenting a united front against China. And so one of the things Biden is almost certain to do is to, bolster America's role in the World Trade Organization, see about entering multilateral trade deals. He's not likely to roll back the tariffs on China that Trump put on anytime soon, because he would want to see, you want to get something for anything you give back.
Right.
And China's not likely to budge a lot either. So don't expect the temperature to cool a whole lot between the U.S. and China under a Biden administration, let alone the issue that the Democrats will push a lot harder on the human rights angle.
So, Peter, we might have, a less confrontational tone about many things, trade among them, and we might see America re-enter the Paris Climate Accord.
That's right, yeah.
We might see, even additional help for middle-class Americans. There's this other note that you read about, which is, we could also just have, somewhat of a return to normal. Can you remind me what normal even looks like?
In 30 seconds, though, Peter Coley.
It's been a long time. It's been a long time, hasn't it? I'm just saying that, but Trump has been a chaos president. Even people who support him say that. It's not just coming. So is that, in some ways, that's his MO, and he thought it worked for him. Biden is not that kind of person. He's middle of the road. He's a person with gravitas. So I would expect some more calm coming in the next 4 years.
Yeah, a little namaste for everyone who's out there. I'm just going to put it out there. All right, Peter Coy. Like I said, we always learn something when we talk to you. Bloomberg economics editor Peter Coy on the phone in New Jersey. Joel Weber, editor of Bloomberg Business Week on the remote access from Brooklyn. For those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to continue. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business is coming up next. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Doug Krisner. 3 p.m. on Wall Street. We have an hour remaining in today's session, and it has been, in large measure, very much risk on. The day began with indications from a coronavirus vaccine study. Very promising results here. The results indicate that this COVID-19 vaccine prevented more than 90% of infections. It's being jointly developed by Pfizer and Germany's BioNTech. If you look at Pfizer shares right now, they are up more than 8% right now. ADRs in BioNTech better by nearly 15%. Now, at the margins, there's a little bit of enthusiasm in the wake of the results of the election, which were made on the weekend. Biden-Harris being called as the victors, and the Republicans at this point look likely to maintain control of the Senate. So with that, we have the idea of divided government, which at this point is a market positive. Dow Industrial Average right now up by 4.4%, 29,570. We are in record territory here. The S&P 500 slightly off the best level of the day, 3,600 even, with a gain of about 2.6% right now. So news on the vaccine boosting shares in airlines, cruise lines, leisure, hotel companies benefiting, also some of the entertainment names. In some cases, these stocks are up by as much as 25%. We have banks and financials rallying as well as the result of a move up in long-term interest rates. The 10-year Treasury right now with a yield of 95 basis points. So we're higher by nearly 14 basis points on the day. Very big move. On the flip side, many of the stay-at-home stocks, names like Zoom, Peloton, even Netflix, moving lower. And some of the big cap tech stocks a little disappointing today. Look at the NASDAQ composite. It's holding on to a gain of only 0.1%. We have a rally in crude oil. WTI right now up by more than 8.6%. The active contract trading around 40.35. Some dollar strength and a much, much weaker Japanese yen against the greenback. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. We'll talk more about markets in 15 minutes.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
So 4,000 people walk out at noon on January 20th, and not 4,000 walk in. Let's say several hundred walk in because it takes time to process people. It's taking control of, 100 federal agencies, national security, homeland security. There's a lot of things that have to happen, and it has to happen seamlessly.
Yeah, that was from our conversation Friday with Chris Liu, former Deputy Secretary of Labor under the Obama administration. He's now a senior fellow at the University of Virginia Miller Center. Chris was executive director of Barack Obama's 2008 transition team. So he understands what it's like when there is the changing of the guard. And that really is our top story at this hour, about a Biden White House, but also about the changing of the guard in the White House as President Trump is expected to be gone come January, of course, and Joe Biden and his team go in January. There's a lot going on, so let's bring in Bloomberg News politics editor Wendy Benjaminson on the phone from Washington, D.C. So, Wendy, we're going to talk about what a Biden White House looks like, because we know we're getting more and more on that. But, man, what a Monday, what a weekend.
What a weekend, huh?
Did you sleep at all?
A little bit last night, maybe for the first time in a week, but yeah, no, it's all great. It's always exciting to, be part of history, and that's one of what happened over the weekend.
Well, it does certainly feel like, and today's an interesting one. I feel like we are talking a lot more about what a Biden White House looks like ultimately. But before we do that, we had some changes in the Trump administration. Mark Esper is out.
Yes, it appears that President Donald Trump, by tweet, fired Esper, the defense secretary, and replaced him with someone who works at a different national security agency, Chris Miller, and we're not even sure that's possible, but it's all very, reminiscent of the last 4 years. I mean, Secretary Esper did not go along, and publicly did not go along, with Trump's request for the invoking of the Insurrection Act, which would allow the U.S. military to operate against Americans on American soil. It's rarely used. I think the last time, it came up during the Civil War, obviously, but he refused to go along with that and put out a statement saying so. And I guess the president was waiting until to see what the election was, but decided to fire him anyway.
Does this happen a lot? I mean, after, let's say, there's an incumbent loses his second term, or even someone in their second term, do they tend to start to clean house and make changes at this point in the game?
No. The people in
that was not an
job,
easy setup. It was a really pure, naive question.
No, but what's normal is that these people, they see the writing on the wall. They're highly professional, highly sought after people. They know there's going to be a lot of competition, and they all start looking for jobs on their own. Traditionally, the White House does, the incoming administration asks for a lot of holdovers, resignations, and then decides to rehire the ones it wants to rehire. That's usually when the same party takes over. Mm-hmm. But no, the president doesn't usually fire people that they know are going to be out in 70 days anyway.
Yeah. Well, what do you think is going on, or what do you hear? I shouldn't say think. What are you hearing in terms of what's going on in the Trump White House right now? We certainly are. We're all reading in over the weekend about kind of some tensions between people in terms of how they thought the president should move forward from here. And I am curious about the outlying kind of legal questions concerning the counting of votes.
Right. So that process continues, and this is a process that Republicans say, and a lot of people seem to agree, that he has every right to ask for a recount. He has every right to make sure all the ballots are counted. But anyone who looks at the numbers objectively sees that there are not enough left outstanding ballots for him to make up the difference. He is down by at least 5 million votes right now across the country, and in key states, even where it's close, there are not enough votes outstanding to change the outcome of the election. And even Republican secretaries of state in the states, are the people who run the elections in the states, are saying there is no evidence of widespread voting irregularities and nothing that would change the outcome. So there's a lot of people in the president's inner circle who are saying, we're going to fight this out and we're going to file all these lawsuits. And Rudy Giuliani was at some landscaping company in Philadelphia holding a news conference. And yet there are people in his inner circle saying, okay, it's over. You lost. Let's go.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, that landscaping company, I think it was one of the most, something that was getting an awful lot of buzz over on social media, certainly over the weekend and certainly today. Hey, so I do wonder, what about those Senate races? So that we've got to wait a little bit longer, correct, to get the outcome?
Yes, this happens in a lot of southern states, particularly where if someone doesn't get 50% of the vote, the top two finishers then go to a runoff. And in this case, we have to wait till January 5th. And the outcome of those does depend, the party control of the Senate does depend on the outcome of those races. So there's a lot of nervous people. There's probably a lot of money going down to Georgia. There's going to be a big fight. But Georgia, even though it looks like Biden won Georgia, it's a pretty conservative state overall, and it really could be that they will end up voting for Republican senators. But it's anybody's guess right now.
So what does this all mean for, right, so we've got to wait to see who actually is in control of the Senate. And I do wonder if you're getting any indications of how quickly some kind of stimulus measures, whether it's before January, do we have to wait till after January? What are we getting on that front? Because I feel like that's the second leg to the COVID-19 news that we got today from Pfizer that will kind of give some support and lift, certainly, to the economy. I just got about 30 seconds, then we'll come back and do some more.
Sure, that's a very good point. Anybody's guess. I mean, there are Democratic senators that are saying, okay, we see the direction the country's going, let's get a stimulus bill. Mitch McConnell is having a availability today. We'll see what he says, but my guess is the mood isn't there among Republicans.
All right, sit tight for a second, Wendy. We'll come back and we'll talk a little bit more about, as I said, changing of the guard, our top story. I'm curious about some of the names that are being floated out there for a Biden White House, kind of those key spots. So we'll go through some of the names. Some of them will be very, very familiar, and I saw a lot of women on that list, which is really interesting. We're going to come back and check in and continue our conversation with Wendy Benjaminson. She's politics editor at Bloomberg News. She is joining us on the phone from the nation's capital, so we'll continue on that in just a moment. In the meantime, meantime, let's get a check on world and national news. For that, let's turn things over to Nancy Lyons. She's in our newsroom in the nation's capital. Hi, Nance.
Hey, Carol. President-elect Joe Biden is vowing that his first priority once taking office is to deal with the coronavirus. Today, he announced a new advisory board, which will work on putting in place the administration's blueprint to make sure that Americans receive equal access to COVID resources.
I will spare no effort to turn this pandemic around once we're sworn in on January 20th. To get our kids back to school safely, our businesses growing, and our economy running at full speed again, and to get an approved vaccine manufactured and distributed as quickly as possible to as many Americans as possible, free of charge.
Well, his remarks came as Housing and Urban Development Secretary Ben Carson deals with a positive COVID-19 test. Carson, a retired neurosurgeon, attended the election night party at the White House, where Chief of Staff Mark Meadows milled in the crowd without a mask and was later found to be COVID positive. Well, there is progress to report on a possible vaccine. Pfizer and BioNTech say their vaccine prevented more than 90% of infections. The study involved tens of thousands of volunteers, but Dr. Michael Kinch, director of Washington University's Center for Research Innovation for Biotech, tells Bloomberg it comes with a bit of a downside.
The temperatures required to maintain this are about a negative 100 Celsius, which means that most conventional freezers will not work. It's going to take deep freezers that have, unfortunately, they're prone to breakdown and other things. Plus, they're just extremely expensive.
He tells Bloomberg the storage requirements will also likely lead to waste if vaccines spoil for not being stored properly. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser here on a Monday. We have seen congratulations flowing in from around the world for Democrat Joe Biden and his running mate Kamala Harris. What's interesting is there are some world leaders that have been conspicuously quiet. We'll talk about them in just a moment, but many other leaders stepped up very quickly to offer congratulations to Biden and to Harris as they really look forward to a transition of leadership. Listen up.
I warmly congratulate Joe Biden on his election as the 46th President of the USA. I warmly congratulate Kamala Harris, the future Vice President. As the first woman in this office and as the daughter of two immigrants, she is an inspiration for many people and an example of America's opportunities.
The United States is our closest and most important ally, and that's been the case under president after president, prime minister after prime minister. It won't change, and I look forward very much to working with President Biden and his team.
I wish to congratulate Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I have a personal, warm, and long relationship with Joe Biden for nearly 40 years. I know him as a great friend of the State of Israel.
All right. Of course, three voices there, very prominent in terms of global leaders. We're talking about Angela Merkel of Germany, of course, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and then, of course, Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of the State of Israel, offering up their congratulations. But as I mentioned earlier, a really great story on the Bloomberg that talks specifically about how there have been some leaders that have been pretty quiet, and that includes Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese leader Xi Jinping. They are among the heads of states who still have not yet sent warm wishes to Joe Biden more than a day after he claimed victory. So something we're watching. Our Bloomberg News team writing that silence says as much about the diplomatic challenges facing Biden as it does the unconventional approach of President Donald Trump. So stay tuned for more. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
We've just about 42 minutes until the closing bell in the Monday session. We have a rally in the equity market. Some of the gains, though, have been kind of taken off the top here, with the Dow and the S&P off their best levels of the day. Want to get you to the Bloomberg Macro Squawk Desk now. Check in with Bill Maloney for the latest. Hey, Bill.
And good afternoon, Doug. The Dow and S&P soared over that news of Pfizer's COVID vaccine being 90% effective, but NASDAQ stocks are underperforming. Dow is currently up 1,278 points. S&P's gained 100, while NASDAQ is only up 20, and the NASDAQ 100 is lower by 50 points. The U.S. 10-year yield surged to 0.96%. Gold is down 4.3%. Oil is up 8%. And transports gained 483 points. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, all were in the green, led by gains in energy, the financials, and the industrials. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, American Express, Boeing, and J.P. Morgan, while Home Depot and Procter & Gamble led to the downside. After earnings, McDonald's beat estimates. And in other news, Beyond Meat had a wild ride today. It fell on a report that McDonald's developed its own plant-based burger, then soared intraday on a report they co-created the burger with McDonald's. In deal news, Adobe is said to be in talks to acquire Workfront for $1.5 billion. And wrapping things up, some of the names pointing after the bell tonight include Beyond Meat, Nikola, and Tilray. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Doug?
All right, Bill, thank you. We've got a stronger dollar and a much weaker Japanese yen at 105.43, so that could be very interesting for the Japanese equity market later in the day. I'm Doug Krisner, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Carol.
You game for a McPlant patty?
Yes, I am.
You are? You're all in?
Why not? What do I have to lose?
I still like the fries and a chocolate shake. All right, Doug, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Want to get back to our guest. We're talking with Bloomberg News politics editor Wendy Benjaminson. She's on the phone from Washington, D.C. All right, Wendy, I know you have all been over it, all on it in terms of looking at what a Biden White House looks like. So let's go through some of the names. I mean, is it going to be kind of like Obama 2.0?
In some ways it is. There will be very familiar faces. There will be familiar names. It won't be a complete, retread. He's picking a lot of different people, and he's picking people who had slightly, who were maybe undersecretaries in the Obama administration who will now rise to the front of it. He is also committed, or not committed, but he is also, we think, planning to make history with some of his cabinet choices, putting women in at Defense and Treasury, two cabinet agencies that have yet to see a woman at the top.
Can I just say, reading this story over the weekend, I was like blown away. I'm like, wait, a woman. Like, is that Joe Biden? Is that his team? Is that Kamala Harris? Or a little bit of all of it?
A little bit of all of it, but I think a lot of it is Joe Biden. But one thing to keep in mind is that the names floating around for chief of staff, for the people who will be closest to Biden in the White House, just like under Obama, are going to be, largely white men, from what we can tell. So there will be the counselors to the president, the domestic policy chief, the chief of staff, those sort of jobs. That these are just people who are talented and experienced and in their jobs, and they happen to be white men. But then, right. But you don't need to make they don't become household names either. But a Defense Secretary Michelle Flournoy is at the top of the list for that, or Treasury Secretary Lael Brainerd. That's a big splashy thing. Those are very high-profile people who will become household names, and they're women.
Yeah, it's really, really distinct, and it really feels like, if you think about, in many ways, Wendy, the year that we've had, right, and just dealing with the dual pandemic, of course, the virus, but also we talk so much about systemic racism and the inequities and the inequalities when we look around, much of corporate America and really still in the political world. So it looks like, this could be a very big step forward. I don't know, am I oversaying it, or is that what it is potentially?
I think it could be. I mean, these are white women in some of these jobs, although Kamala Harris is the vice president, and that's big history making. But I do think it does address some of the inequities that women have seen, where they are stymied. I mean, a woman at defense has been hard to do because it's always been traditional that the person would have military experience, and there just haven't been a lot of women who have risen up in the military yet. But Michelle Flournoy was the highest-ranking woman in the Pentagon during the Obama administration, and I think she ran either the budget or procurement or something. Where I'm sorry, I don't have that at my fingertips, but she's perfectly qualified for this job.
Yeah, I mean,
served in the military.
What does it tell? Does it give us an idea of what kind of administration, what kind of policies might, and what kind of actions we might see from the get-go once Biden and his team step into the White House?
Well, I think a lot of it is going to depend on Senate control. Biden is going to first name the White House jobs, that the people that actually work in the White House, his top aides. Those don't need Senate confirmation. Those are they serve at the pleasure of the president and the president only. So I think he's going to probably try to start with those jobs first, and then, partly because he wants to be careful and take his time, and partly because we don't know what the Senate confirmation process will be like, I think then he's going to, between Thanksgiving and Christmas, begin to roll out some names of cabinet members. And I think if it looks like there's going to be Democratic control of the Senate, he might go a little further left than he would if he had to face Mitch. If this person has to get through Mitch McConnell, then they may be more moderate.
What's the role of Kamala Harris, his vice president-elect, in helping shape this team?
Well, he has said that she will have the same privilege that he had under President Obama, which is that she will be the last person in the room giving advice. And if he is true to that promise to her, then I see no reason why he wouldn't be. Then she should have a pretty big say in things.
Hey, one last question, and I always love kind of the what's going on behind closed doors. At this point, President-elect Biden, is he getting all the briefings or the key ones when it comes to security, when it comes to the virus, as does Donald Trump, the president?
Well, he is getting his own virus briefings from the coronavirus task force that he named today. Many of these people were already advising him on the campaign. He named 13 more today, and they are going to turn his campaign promises on the virus into policy. In terms of security briefings, he's been getting those ever since he was the nominee.
Okay. All right. That's how it works. Hey, good stuff as always. Thank you so much, Wendy. We know you guys are busy and the whole team in D.C., so thank you so much for carving out some time for us. Bloomberg News politics editor Wendy Benjaminson. Go check out all of the D.C. coverage. You can find it at Bloomberg.com. Wendy, of course, joining us from the nation's capital. Coming up, we're going to check in with our Dave Wilson, his chart of the day, see what's cooking there. And then Abhay Deshpande is going to come back and talk to us about the investment environment and what he is seeing and what it's like going forward. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Yes, indeed. Bloomberg Business Week on this Monday. I'm Carol Masser. So stocks definitely off their highs of the day, but we still have a pretty significant rally when it comes to the S&P and Dow. We're going to talk a little bit more about the markets, get the chart of the day from Dave Wilson in just a moment. In the meantime, back to your top business stories and Doug Krisner. Doug,
hey,
check
Carol.
out this rally.
Yeah, I mean, but you pointed out, and you're absolutely right, we're well off the best level of the day. There are two prongs to a lot of what's driving the price action today. The first and foremost, this large-scale coronavirus vaccine study. It's a COVID-19 shot. It actually would be delivered in two stages. It's been jointly developed by Pfizer and Germany's BioNTech. It was, by the way, found to have prevented more than 90% of infections. If you look at the trading right now in Pfizer, stock is up by about 8.3% right now, and ADRs in BioNTech better by about 15%. So you mentioned the equity market being off session highs. Right now, the S&P is up about 2.4%, but at the best level of the day, the S&P was higher by about 3.9%. The Dow Industrial Average right now showing a gain of about 4.25%, and I'm looking at the NASDAQ Composite showing a little bit of weakness right now. We're down about 0.2%. Going to the Bloomberg terminal using the WEI function, going inside the S&P, we see strength in energy, which mirrors a rally in crude oil. WTI right now is higher by more than 8%. We're trading 40.20 in the extended session. But a lot of the information tech stocks, yes, they are positive, but they're kind of lagging this move that we're seeing in the overall market. Look at the financials. They are moving up by, in large measure, a result of the move higher in long-term interest rates. So we have a little bit more slope to the yield curve. The 10-year Treasury right now with a yield of about 94 basis points. So we've picked up about 12-plus basis points on the day. Many of the laggards in the COVID pandemic, if you're looking at the airlines, the cruise lines, leisure, hotel, entertainment companies, those stocks are rallying in some cases by as much as 25%. I'm Doug Krisner, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Carol?
All right, appreciate that, Doug. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio. Oh,
absolutely.
Why would he agree?
Big fan of Aerosmith.
Oh, is he? I did not know
They're
that.
from Boston, after all.
Love, you work with somebody for, 8 years, 10 years, something like that, and you still learn something new about them.
Yeah,
Good stuff.
Absolutely.
All right, so
I'm looking at this
Right.
chat that we use to communicate during the show, and Paul Brown says Aerosmith rocks.
you think he was playing some air guitar? I'm thinking he was.
He might very well be. But anyway.
All right, so what do you got for us in the chart?
Same old song and dance. That's what last week looked like when you went through the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500, specifically on Election Day and the days following. Now, we know that the vote brought a change. Donald Trump is not going to get his second term. Joe Biden is the president-elect. So you would think that things would somehow be different in the stock market. But when you go through the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500 for that 4-day period and basically compare them to the previous 4 years, going back to the aftermath of the 2016 election, you see that pretty much the same industry groups were at the forefront and the same industry groups were left behind. Now, in terms of the forefront, you've got information technology, no surprise there, tech stocks, market leaders, not today, but certainly over time.
Right.
Similar story with that consumer discretionary category, Amazon.com, notable within that group, so it fits under the heading of big tech to some extent. And now on the other side of the coin, energy. Down in those 4 days, down for 4 years. Now, clearly today is a very different story, given what's happened to stocks in light of the Pfizer results on their experimental coronavirus vaccine. But, it just goes to show you that, as much as you can think in terms of change, I mean, with energy stocks, certainly, you had Trump supporting the industry, and you have Biden talking about, cutting back fracking, at least on federal lands.
Right.
So, different kind of policies going forward, perhaps, and yet it's pretty much the same story when it comes to industry performance, at least initially.
Dave, before you, I want to ask you though. So, but isn't it also, for those people who've been watching the beaten down hospitality, group, the cruise lines, the hotel chains, everyone that, those names that just haven't gotten a break, understandably so, because they really haven't been able to open up for business because of COVID-19. Do you feel like it's, by the news out of Pfizer has basically said, wait a minute, we're starting to now see the path. We have a lot more visibility and a bit of a timeline. And if you're looking for a value play, man, those names certainly provide that.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question as far as that goes. A lot of those groups fit into the consumer discretionary category neatly enough. So it's done well without, the cruise lines and, retailers, a lot of other companies doing all that well. So you get more of the same out of that, at least to some extent. In any case, if you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net. That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
I got to say, Dave, what's really remarkable, though, great chart, interesting, especially as we see kind of a different trade here today. But I just looking at what happened in the last week, I don't know whether the overall trade is also investors just saying, okay, I can cross one area of uncertainty off my list.
That's definitely part of it. I mean, you could, at the very least, kind of move it down the list, because let's not forget, not everything is certain. We don't know where control of the Senate is going to be in the end, because you have those runoff elections in Georgia in January. And who knows how the transition is going to go or not go from Trump to Biden. So, there are a lot of variables still out there, but nothing like what we saw last week and going into the election, for sure.
Right. Those the Senate races in particular, as we heard from our Wendy Benjaminson, I mean, that's going to determine exactly what kind of policies get done, what kind of stimulus perhaps gets done in terms of the size and the amount, but also specific policies that could potentially impact industries. That will really be a deciding factor. Dave Wilson, good stuff. Some Aerosmith. You made Paul Brennan happy on a Monday. So that's a good thing. That makes us all happy. It brings us joy. All right, Dave Wilson, you bet. Dave Wilson, he's going to come back a little bit later on with his stock of the day. Just a reminder, we've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 4.3%, the S&P about a 2.4% gain, NASDAQ, but it's really been the outperformer this year, but it's down about 1/3%. Let's get back to world and national news. For that, it's over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. President-elect Biden is wasting no time in dealing with the coronavirus and has announced the creation of a coronavirus transition advisory board, chaired by a former Surgeon General and a former Food and Drug Administrator. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman reports they'll be advising him on how to curb the pandemic.
Biden stressed the need for extensive testing and a corps of contact tracers to arrest the spread of new cases.
We're still facing a very dark winter. We could lose 200,000 more lives in the coming months before a vaccine can be made widely available. I will spare no effort to turn this pandemic around once we're sworn in on January 20th.
Biden concluded with a plea to all Americans to wear face masks for the crucial next few months as the most effective way to save lives. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Biden's remarks come just as the nation reaches 10 million coronavirus cases. President Trump has fired Defense Secretary Mark Esper, a man who resisted the president's suggestion that active duty forces be used to deal with protesters. Bloomberg contributor Iona professor Jeannie Zaino says says the timing is curious.
Since the rift they had in June, it's not a big surprise that there was a lot of tension there. But we understood Esper was not going to resign under pressure, and now to hear he's fired, I think against the wishes of McConnell and Inhofe and others in the Senate who pushed the president to keep him on, I think is what's surprising here.
Christopher Miller, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, is Trump's choice to serve as acting Pentagon chief. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Doug Krisner. I know you love this, but I'm doing a little bit of an audible. But you look at the most read, it always just tells me kind of what's on the psyche of the Bloomberg terminal user. And I mean,
what are you seeing?
Well, it feels like it's all election and all virus.
Definitely.
Right, which is kind of our world right now.
That is, no doubt.
Or politics, I should say.
And when we say the election, you're talking about, we are assuming a Biden victory here.
Correct.
That seems to be a slam dunk, and a Republican majority still in the Senate. So it looks like we've got divided government, right?
Yeah.
And the market's going to like that. The
Right.
market's going to like that. And Biden being a centrist, I think, just underscores this idea that we're going to see anything that's not drastic when it comes to policy changes, whether it's on the tax side or on the regulation side. Things are not going to be drastically overturned. So I think that that's given the market a lot of comfort.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting to see. There's a great story on the Bloomberg about, Wall Street just kind of, all right, next, like moving on. And, Brian Moynihan of Bank of America, the CEO, saying, quote, "We are ready to work with this administration as we have been working with administrations for over 200 plus years in this company's history." What's interesting, Doug, is, you go back and it used to be, I think, everyone thought it was just Republicans, were is what Wall Street favored. But we've known over how many elections already that that's not necessarily the case either.
And Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan, was making kind of a similar comments here.
Mm-hmm.
He, as the head of the Business Roundtable, this is a discussion that they've been having about income inequality and things like this. And let's not forget that the leading candidate for Treasury Secretary is Lael Brainerd, the Fed governor. And this would, I think, give a lot of credibility to the administration in terms of the markets. She's got a lot of credibility, and that would be a big positive as well.
Yeah, and really important right now where I think many would argue we're at a critical juncture because the economy is still on shaky ground. Everybody's wondering about what kind of a stimulus package, what the size of it will be. It's all connected, right?
Definitely, definitely. And I'm told, that Mitch McConnell is now going to take the point in working out a stimulus package with House Speaker Pelosi. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Less than 13 minutes until the closing bell for the Monday session. We do have a rally underway in many industry groups within the equity market. Two prongs that you should really focus on. The first deals with a coronavirus vaccine. This is a COVID-19 shot, a two-stage injection developed jointly by Pfizer and Germany's BioNTech. It was found to have prevented more than 90% of infections, and this has catapulted the equity market higher. But to be fair, we are off the best levels of the day. Earlier, the S&P 500 had been up by nearly 4%. Right now, that gain is only 2%. The Dow Industrial Average, meantime, better by about 3.9%. The NASDAQ comp is actually negative right now, with a loss of about 0.6%. In the NASDAQ market, we are seeing weakness in consumer discretionary, along with information tech, communication systems, and consumer staple shares. Well, the news on the vaccine is boosting stocks in the airline group, along with the cruise lines, leisure, hotels performing well today to the upside, along with entertainment companies. They are, in some cases, up by more than 20%. And the financials rallying as well, with a move up in long-term interest rates. 10-year Treasury here yielding 93 basis points. Weak, though, some of the stay-at-home stocks, Zoom, Peloton, and even Netflix trading a bit lower. Getting this hot head from the Bloomberg Terminal, Senate Majority Leader McConnell is calling for targeted virus relief to move forward. We'll talk more about that as we continue here on Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Doug Krisner, and that is your Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
It is time for the drive to the close on this Monday. Abhay Deshpande is back with us, founder and chief investment officer at Centerstone Investors, joining us on the phone in Connecticut. Abhay, it's so nice to have you here with us. I was trying to remember, was it the last time we talked with you was in March?
Hey, Carol, good to be here. Yeah, I think you and I spoke last in March. I've been on the show a couple times since then.
Maybe I haven't been around.
It could be a month or two. No, you weren't there. You were someplace else.
So how are you, and what's kind of changed in terms of the market environment? Big week last week in terms of the election. We're still waiting the outcome of who is in control of the Senate. But how do you look at this market environment? We've seen a little bit of a rotation today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at our Centerstone funds right now. We have stocks that are up 30%, 25% a day. It's, but then I do remember acutely days in March when some of these same stocks were down 25% a day. So the moves have been kind of extreme. I think the environment is, for us, this is a kind of environment that value stocks should do well in, where, especially international, we focus on mostly non-U.S. And there are so many tailwinds now that we did not have, and ironically enough, the COVID response, the fiscal response globally to COVID has been has a great deal to play in that, or has had a great deal to play in that. So for us, I think we're sitting in sort of the sweet spot. That said, we were not. I mean, for most of the year, or maybe even like the last 2 or 3 years. It's just recently that things have started to turn in our favor.
So what does that mean in terms of strategy? Do you kind of hold, 1 month, I'm looking at the 1 month performance, and you guys are in, I think, the 96th percentile, at least according to Bloomberg data. So what does it mean in terms of strategy? Do you double down? Do you sit tight? And you think, because, it's interesting when you talk about the value trade. I feel like everybody keeps saying, okay, now it's the time. But as I heard David Weston say on Bloomberg Radio earlier, if I had, a nickel for every time somebody said, okay, now it's the time for value names, I'd be pretty wealthy, but it doesn't happen. So, what do you think will be the lasting trade here? Or is it going to be tough to tell until we get the new administration kind of settled and we get a better feel of what new policies might come down?
You kind of nailed it, right? I mean, how long have value people been saying, "Oh, it's been this many years"?
Sorry, value people.
And I saw really interesting, some interesting figures the other day. It said that from the trailing 1 day to 1 week to 1 year, going out 33 years, growth has outperformed values. And so that's. I don't know. There are a lot of things that sort of point to an extreme, but that's what these moments are made of. I just kind of separate, we're value investors, but, I really consider ourselves more like common sense investors. And that seems to come and go out of fashion. But when you're basing it on, intrinsic value of an actual business rather than like what some opinion is of something, we found more often than not that over time we end up doing just fine. It's that time element that really is unpredictable. That could be a year, it could be 5 years. You just never know. And this one's been a long time. So I think it's what will transpire for us at Centerstone will be more related to how the businesses perform rather than what like some other policy or who's in the Senate or whatever. I kind of like look past all that stuff.
Are you still all in on gold?
Yeah, we do own some gold. That I see today is taking a big hit. The fundamental kind of case for gold still remains. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Fed has said like 17 times now that they're not going to raise interest rates until the unemployment rate's back down to where it was, particularly for the minority class, and that's going to take some time. So you can have a period of time where we have inflation popping up, which it's going to do soon, with low rates and negative interest rates they tend to be good for gold and not so great for the dollar. So in our funds, we're and this may be kind of a popular thing to say these days. So we're exposed to foreign equities, we're exposed to foreign currencies, and we do have some gold in place just in case. That has been with me in this fund or where other funds that I've managed for a couple of decades now. It's not a new thing. So the case for it remains the same as it was 20 years ago. But it'll face it. It has its own cycle, so it'll go up and down on its own.
Hey, before we go, how should we as investors kind of think about the international play? I am curious, we highlighted before some of the world leaders that are coming out and congratulating a Biden-Harris administration. There are some that we pointed out that have been pretty quiet, including the leader of China. So I do wonder, how do we as investors kind of think about the international investment play, the global, investment play as a result of a new administration, especially since you do invest overseas? Some thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, thankfully, right now, it really comes down to just cyclical behavior and of these economies, which are all turning around. And fiscal policies, which have become very, very positive, or at least pro-cyclical now in Europe, especially, and valuations from a period the starting point. The valuations overseas are not an immaterial discount to what you have in the United States because of this blow up in the tech industry here. So the valuation cases there, you got the fiscal tailwinds, you got monetary policy in place, pro investor management teams in markets that have just been depressed for going on 3 years now. So I think personally that there is this part is the opinion part of me, not the fact part of me.
Okay.
The opinion part of me says that we're due for a long, long period of outperformance now, with many things in our back.
All right. Well, time will certainly tell. Abe, good to check in with you. Abe Deshpande, founder and chief investment officer at Centerstone Investors, based in New York, but he was joining us on the phone in Connecticut on this Monday. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. The closing bell just about 3 minutes away. This is Bloomberg. S&P500.com/IMS.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Doug Krisner. 4 p.m. on Wall Street. There you have it. That's the sound of the closing bell for this Monday, November 9th. A rally for much of the equity market, not all of it, and there were primarily two drivers here. The first, a large-scale coronavirus vaccine study. It delivered the most promising results. This is a two-stage shot being developed jointly by Pfizer and Germany's BioNTech. It was found to have prevented infections in more than 90% of cases. You look at Pfizer shares today, up by more than 7.5%. ADRs in BioNTech better by nearly 14%. Now, the second prong of today's events had to do with the presidential election being called for the Biden-Harris ticket, and perhaps equally important, Republicans likely to maintain control of the Senate, though that's not a done deal. We have two runoffs in senatorial races in the state of Georgia. But at this point, it appears is the U.S. will have divided government, and that could be construed as market positive. Late in the day, we heard from Senate Majority Leader McConnell calling for targeted virus relief to move forward. Now, at the end of the day, the Dow is up about 3%. The S&P 500 held on to a gain of about 1.2%, although at the session high, the S&P was up 3.9%. Negativity in the NASDAQ market, with the composite index dropping more than 1.5%. I'm looking at weakness here within the NASDAQ. Consumer discretionary, information tech, communication system stocks, and consumer staples moving lower. We did have a rally in crude oil with WTI in the New York session gaining about 8%. Right now in the extended session, $40 a barrel, and that helped to ignite a rally in many of the big energy names. We also had financials benefiting from a move up in long-term interest rates. 10-year Treasury last quoted in New York at a yield of 92 basis points, with a gain of more than 10 basis points on the day. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Whoa, yeah, what I say.
Nobody move a muscle.
Bloomberg Business Week. Movers and shakers.
Damn, Stiffy, you got some moves.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everyone, time to take a little bit of a deeper dive into the trade. Doug breaking down those closing equity averages, and just as he was doing so, crossing the Bloomberg terminal, the Federal Reserve warning that asset prices in key markets could still face a hit if the coronavirus pandemic's economic impact worsens in coming months. This certainly mirrors something that we've heard from the Federal Reserve, Jay Powell, and more over the last few months as the virus has continued to really weigh on the U.S. economy. There's just so much that the Fed can do in terms of making it easier, making money certainly available and cheap money available, if you will, but nonetheless really kind of pointing the finger at policymakers because they need to essentially think about things like a stimulus plan that would certainly give some more juice into the U.S. economy. So again, the Fed warning assets, looking at asset markets, that they are at risk of big declines if the virus goes unchecked. All right, you're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. As I mentioned, Doug did give those closing numbers on Wall Street. Quick check on the S&P 500 big picture. Most names in the average, 367 to be exact, were higher in today's trade, 138 lower, one unchanged. And if I take a look at the number one gainer, Doug talked about it earlier, Carnival, it's up 39%. It's like even hard to get your head around. This all has to do with the Pfizer news, upbeat news, promising news in terms of its vaccine. The flip side of the ledger, number one decliner is Biogen. It's down 28%. There was disappointment on an Alzheimer's drug. So two different names and big moves certainly in today's trade. Let's bring in Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Sarah Ponzak, who's also looking at this market. Whoa, huh?
Whoa is right. What a day. It just, honestly, this was a day that in a way flipped all of 2020 on its head. For example, while in the beginning of the day we had record highs in the likes of the S&P 500 and the Dow, neither ended up reclaiming their records. However, what did rise to a record today? Well, the equal weight version of the S&P 500. This is an index that has been lagging all year long due to the fact that big tech does not carry it higher. Well, today that was a benefit as we saw the equal weight version of the S&P up more than 4%. That was the best day since May. Also, just some statistics that are kind of mind-blowing. If you look at the equal weight version of the S&P 500 versus the market cap version today, best day on record on a relative basis. Same thing if you look at the NASDAQ versus the Russell 2000. Best day for small cap stocks versus their mega cap stock peers in the NASDAQ 100 on record. So the movements that we saw today were just unbelievably jarring and the complete opposite of what we've become so used to this year.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Russell, man. It's still just up 2% so far this year. But what does it tell you then more broadly about, maybe the rotation or the difference in terms of the trade that we're seeing, Sarah? And again, it's one day's trade, and it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow, right, and the days after, whether or not this is lasting.
Right. It's one day's trade, and some investors I spoke to today said that they would possibly be fading this. But when we think about the rotation, usually when you think of hedging in markets, you think about hedging for something bad. But Evercore ISI, among others, have been saying almost all year long that you need to hedge for a possibly good outcome, which the news on the vaccine today absolutely was a good outcome. Now, what you have to hedge for then is a possible extreme sharp rotation in value in small cap stocks in the reopening trade, which is precisely what we saw today. I mean, you mentioned Carnival up 39%. It's unbelievable. And at the same time, you look at Norwegian up 27%. You look at Expedia up 25%.
Carnival's still down 62% for the year. So it just gives you an idea. I mean, what a tremendous bounce, but it's still down because we know how beaten down those cruise lines have been.
Exactly. Something I was looking at earlier today was dividing the stock market by default risk. So companies that have the highest risk of default have really underperformed this year. Like you said with Carnival, which is actually a member of the basket with the highest default risk, still down more than 30% this year. But today, that basket was up more than 10%. Meanwhile, the stocks that are the healthiest, have the healthiest finances, in the beginning of the day was up only 1%. So you see this massive divergence. And yes, part of it does come down to the fact that some of these stocks are just so beaten down and they have a ways to go to catch up.
Well, and I keep thinking that if we do have a vaccine and we start to have some visibility or greater visibility about when a vaccine gets rolled out, I mean, we still have several steps to go before that happens. But for those that have beaten down, you start to see a way back potentially for some of these beaten down names. So, it's kind of interesting to watch. I'd love to see the trade kind of move around here. Hey, Sarah, thank you so much. Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Sarah Ponczak joining us on the phone. I do want to mention a quick headline. As expected, we reported this earlier, Adobe to buy Workfront for $1.5 billion. So again, another deal happening in what's been a pretty busy M&A deal flow this year in 2020. You're listening to Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up.
Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for a price on Wilson.
Open up the door, it's Dave! Who? Dave!
Hey, Mr. Wilson!
Hey, Mr. Wilson, check in with your stock of the day. Ticker is BCOR. Who are we talking about?
We're talking about Blucora, and I had to work pretty hard to find a stock that wasn't tied in one way or another to Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine results. This one qualifies. Blucora offers tax and investment services to its main unit, Avantax Wealth Management. Company also sells the income tax filing software TaxAct. Blucora was founded in 1996 as internet search company InfoSpace and went public in 1998. The current name was adopted in 2012, along with the ticker BCOR. Blucora shares set a 13-year high in September 2018 and then plunged as much as 80% in the next 2 years. Today, the shares rallied in response to third quarter results. Blucora's earnings beat the average analyst estimate in the Bloomberg survey. So did revenue. Both had come up short in the first and second quarters. The company benefited from buying financial planner HK Financial Services in a deal completed in July. Now, Blucora shares were up as much as 26.5% in today's trading. While they backed off a bit, they closed with a gain of almost 16%.
Yeah, but it's been a pretty beaten down stock. It's still down about 51% this year.
Yeah, and it's still kind of in the range where it's been the past several months. So there's a long way to go, but this is a step in the right direction for Blucora and its shareholders, at least.
Yeah, exactly. Certainly a much more upbeat day than what they've been seeing. All right, Dave Wilson, thank you so much. Dave Wilson, our Bloomberg Stocks columnist, with his stock of the day. Again, the ticker is BCOR, Blucora. All right, let's get a check on world and national news. For that, over to Ed Baxter in San Francisco. Hello there.
Hey, Carol, thanks. As COVID cases top 10 million in the U.S. and
add cases faster than any time in the pandemic. And as Pfizer announced some very good news, encouraging vaccine test results, and President-elect Joe Biden is warning of potentially tough winter, but says that he has appointed a task force. This in announcing the task force in the U.S. and the globe, but until, he says, there is control.
It doesn't matter who you voted for, where you stood before Election Day. It doesn't matter your party, your point of view. We could save tens of thousands of lives if everyone would just wear a mask.
So he says, please, let's all of us just deal with the next few months and see if it can improve. New York Mayor Bill de Blasio, meanwhile, says the city is in potential danger.
For weeks, actually, our numbers were higher than we wanted, but they had leveled off. Now, unfortunately, we're seeing a real growth in the positivity rate in this city, and that is dangerous.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy rolling back.
All restaurants, bars, clubs, and lounges that serve food and drink must close their indoor premises for business by 10 p.m. each day.
He says the state must make a concerted effort for the next 5 months. California positivity rates modestly up, but Governor Gavin Newsom is focused today on the oral arguments tomorrow in the U.S. Supreme Court regarding the ACA.
You're seeing prospects of people who have limits on higher premiums due to their age and gender, those being impacted by this decision.
He says 6.1 million residents of the state with pre-existing conditions will be directly affected. And the first of what may be a few firings at the White House, President Trump to firing Defense Secretary Mark Esper. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Doug Krisner, I'm pulling another audible, so I hope you had your coffee there, kiddo.
I hope so, too.
I want to talk a little bit more about McDonald's and doing this deal, introducing its own line of faux meat. I love to say faux meat. And this is definitely dealing a blow to Beyond Meat. What's interesting is both of them were down on the day.
Well, until Beyond Meat announced that it basically had collaborated with McDonald's on the production of this plant-based meal, which I thought was very interesting, because you're absolutely right. When the news hit this morning, we had the indication that McDonald's was going to develop this faux meat, beginning with a substitute burger. It might move into things like faux chicken and meat for breakfast sandwiches. Mm-hmm. And then we got the news that Beyond Meat was basically involved in this. And so I think that helped Beyond Meat shares recover from the early session losses. And I think on a day when McDonald's also had to report earnings, right, that stock was kind of bouncing around a bit during the New York session.
See, this is why we talk to you, because you're on top of it.
Well, I don't know about that. So MCD was down about 1.5% on the day.
All right. So, yeah, I think this whole market is interesting. And I think, we're seeing increasingly, and it really depends on, you get somebody like a McDonald's doing this, the potential for, especially if you're a supplier, is huge.
You got to look where the venture capital money is going, and it is still going into this area. There is a startup in the Bay Area, a name escapes me now. Bill Gates is involved here. Mm-hmm. I think Branson from Virgin, he's involved. So there is still, I think, the awareness that we need to kind of pivot away from the way that we've been dealing with kind of the industrial meat production and moving into some of this plant-based protein. It's still attracting a lot of venture capital.
Well, and listen, if you talk to, you're right, it's I was just looking up what this company's name is, but what's interesting is, too, people say in terms of feeding the population, we need to kind of expand away from some of the traditional and our meat-based diets in order to make it, and not have such, what are you laughing at?
It's going to take more than lentil soup. That's all. That's what I was going to say.
Hear, hear. All right, Doug Krisner, thank you.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
So much of the equity market advanced, although to be fair today, we finished well off the best levels of the day. The S&P 500 had been up by nearly 4% at one point in the session. We ended with a gain of just 1.2%. Primary factor in driving price action today, news on a coronavirus vaccine. It's being developed jointly by Pfizer and Germany's BioNTech. It was found to have prevented more than 90% of infections. Today, Pfizer shares up by 7.7%. BioNTech up by nearly 14% on the day. It seems as the drift lower coincided with Senate Majority Leader McConnell saying that President Trump is 100% within his rights to investigate any possible voting irregularities and request recounts. Now, McConnell went on to say the president has no obligation to accept media projections of the Joe Biden victory. Dow Industrial Average today picks up about 3%. NASDAQ comp, though, falls 1.5%. We saw weakness in consumer discretionary along with information tech and some of the communication system stocks. Long-term interest rates move up today in a big way. 10-year Treasury picking up more than 10 basis points, last quoted in New York at 92 basis points in yield. And a rally in crude oil right now in the extended session, WTI 39.95, so we're up about 7.5% on the day. I'm Doug Krisner, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Carol.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Now, a big story over the past week, we talked about it a lot on air, is the Chinese government blocking what would have been the world's largest IPO. We're talking about Jack Ma's Ant Financial. As Bloomberg New Economy editorial director Andy Brown writes this week in his column, those business leaders who take risks and push the limits in China, they definitely pay a price. And it is also very telling about China overall. Andy joins us on the phone in New York City. Andy, good to have you back with us. We've talked a lot about this, but your column, I really think, is very thoughtful again, and it gets into when big Chinese leaders, you know, when they speak back or speak out against the Chinese government, there's a big price to pay. And two leaders in particular you highlighted, they have paid a big price.
That's exactly right. I mean, you know, what this whole episode is telling us is that when it comes to business in China, politics is in command. And woe betide the private sector leader who dares to speak back to power. And that's exactly what happened in this case. And, you know, there's a bigger question here around innovation and the creative spirit in China. I mean, China's way past the days when it can copy and scale. It's operating now at the very frontiers of technology. It needs iconoclasts. It needs rebels. It needs disruptors. And, you know, Jack Ma personifies all of those attributes. This is a guy who pretty much single-handedly resolved the issues that enabled e-commerce to take off in China. It was an issue of trust. People didn't trust putting their credit card numbers out onto the internet. He figured out a payment system around that. E-commerce, of course, as everybody knows, is now one of the key drivers of the Chinese economy. He wants to do the same for fintech, and he's just been sat on.
And you talk about also what you say is China's most celebrated movie director. Talk to us about a very similar experience that he came up against in terms of China.
It was this interesting parallel case, and I was trying to compare and contrast where the details are actually quite similar. This was in February last year. Zhang Yimou, China's most famous movie director. I mean, you know, artistically sublime. The guy who actually put on the opening and closing ceremonies of the Beijing Olympic Games. He had a movie coming out called 1 Second. It was about the Cultural Revolution. It was due to be screened at the Berlin Film Festival. 2 days before the screening, his production company said for technical reasons they were pulling the movie. Clearly, it was a question of censorship. So, you know, he's spent the last, I don't know how many months recutting this movie so that it will get through the Chinese censorship, regime. Instead of moving on to his next triumph, his next movie, he's there busily satisfying the cultural czars who have the final say over artists in China.
I mean, and you say in your story, no two private individuals have done more to enhance China's international image. And I think it comes at such an interesting time where President Xi is looking to really expand the economy. He's also looking for China to be more innovative and be more involved in kind of the higher tech or higher developed industries, if you will. So what does something like this do to that?
Well, you know, the message to the private sector from regulators is basically this: know your place. And you know, in today's in Xi Jinping's China, the emphasis is all on the public sector. You know, the view of from a high level in the state in China is to the private sector is you owe everything to the state. You owe it to without you are nothing. You know, and the sort of the private people like Jack Ma basically have to take this, right? So you know, in his case, of course, he's now seen his IPO derailed. That's the small matter of the $27 billion that he was supposed to be earning from this. You know, and when it finally comes to market, it's going to be shrunken and so on. Now, you know, there are regulatory problems around fintech all over the world, but most places have a sort of rather more sophisticated institutional mechanism to resolve these differences.
Right.
Instead of yanking an IPO, you know, sort of on the eve and humiliating your most prominent business figure.
So, Andy, I can't let you go without talking about Bloomberg NEF, the New Economy Forum. It kicks off 1 week from today. I'm thinking what we just talked about, that's going to be something that certainly will be discussed at the forum. There are so many big issues, an incredible lineup. Can you just kind of tee it up for us?
This is huge. It's 4 days of discussion. We're going to how to remake the global economy in all its forms: cities, climate, public health, trade, finance. We have world leaders. We have the head of most of the multinational organizations in the world. We have presidents. We have prime ministers. And this is a challenge that Mike Bloomberg has set global leaders in the public and private sectors, is to build back better. And we have 4 days. It's of course digital. We think it's great. You can go big with digital on social media. You can go small in private rooms. And this is going to be broadcast. And we're super thrilled that you're going to be our MC.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be a part of it. I have to say, just going through the lineup is just pretty remarkable. And it's all under, you know, you think about the COVID world, and that really brings up a big area of discussion as well. Love talking to Andy, and do look forward to the Bloomberg NEF, Bloomberg New Economy Forum. It does kick off 1 week from today, and it really is just an amazing lineup. We'll be bringing you some of those conversations certainly here on Bloomberg Radio. Bloomberg New Economy editorial director Andy Brown. Check out his weekly column. It is on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser, and coming up, we're going to check in with Jim McKelvey. He's co-founder of Square. He's also head of, and founder, I should say, of Invisibly, and an interesting company that was involved in the election, and we'll tell you exactly how in terms of some of the outcome, if you will. So we'll get into it in just a moment. But first up, let's get back to your top business stories. Check in once again with Doug Krisner.
Hey, we've got a lot of good news after the bell on one front and not so good on another. Let's begin with the bad news first. Beyond Meat's third quarter net revenue missed by a mile. The street was looking for 132.1 million. Company comes in at 94.4 million. Those shares are down more than 23% in the late session. Now, the other story is what we learned. Lowe's Companies is in talks to acquire HD Supply Holdings. HD Supply rallying at this hour by more than 14%. And I'm looking at shares in Lowe's in the late session, higher by just about 0.7%. Very interesting day in the equity market. We ended mixed after an early morning rally that was sparked by some promising results as it relates to a COVID-19 shot. This one is being jointly developed by Pfizer and Germany's BioNTech. It was found to have prevented more than 90% of infections. However, late in the day, it appears as though the market kind of moved off the best levels when Senate Majority Leader McConnell said that President Trump is 100% within his rights to investigate any possible voting irregularities and request recounts. McConnell went on to say the president has no obligation to accept immediate projections of a Biden victory. So the S&P had been up by about 3.9% at the session high. We ended higher by 1.2%. NASDAQ Composite falls 1.5%, and for the Dow, a gain of about 3% on the day. Long-term interest rates are up. That boosted the banks and financials. 10-year Treasury last quoted in New York at 93 basis points. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. Well, we've checked in with him a few times over the pandemic. Great to have back with us Jim McKelvey. He's co-founder of Square. He's still a board member. He's also author of The Innovation Stack, Building an Unbeatable Business, One Crazy Idea at a Time. It's a great title. It's a great book. He's also founder and chairman of the St. Louis-based Invisibly, an independent data-centric company. They used its online surveying technology to gauge Americans' opinions on reopening amid the COVID-19 pandemic and more. Jim is also deputy chair of the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, and he joins us on the phone from St. Louis on this Monday. So nice to have you back with us. How are you?
I'm doing well, Carol. How are you doing?
Doing okay. Just trying to kind of keep up with all of the headlines. Tell me a little bit about your company, Invisibly, and your involvement in the election. I find this fascinating, especially in a year where, once again, polls didn't necessarily predict the outcome, and I think we're all trying to figure out how can we be, or what can we do to have a better predictor when it comes to the election. So tell us a little bit about Invisibly.
So Invisibly is a company that's mission is to get people more control of their online data. And in the process of building that, we built this little tool that did surveys. We didn't think much of it. But some Republican strategists got a hold of it about 6 months ago, and they did a little test and discovered that the tool was shockingly accurate. So from a little $2,000 test, the Republicans ended up spending well over $1 million doing polls with this technology. And as you mentioned, I'm on the Federal Reserve. I am politically neutral, so my job is to see both sides well informed. And I did my best to reach out and share this news with both sides. And amazingly, the Democrats didn't listen. They didn't pay any attention at all. And I have several stories of this, but I mean, the fact is that we've been able to call the election to within a quarter point. And if you compare the data that, for instance, 538, which is sort of an aggregation of the best polls did, they were off by almost 3 points. So it's 9 times more accurate. And frankly, way less expensive. And I just couldn't believe people weren't listening to us.
Well, so how come? I mean, listen, you guys are all in on data because you knew Ohio wasn't going to be close. I mean, it's really pretty wild. Arizona could be or would be a swing. So what was it about, and I know you can't give away all your secrets, but what was it about the data collection, the types of data or the algorithms? What was it, generally speaking, that you think made it a better predictor?
I think the best way to describe it is it's like manners. For instance, if somebody asks you a question and they're rude, you don't answer it. If somebody asks you the exact same question and they're polite and respectful, you might give them an answer. And I mean, manners is one of these subtle things. I got 2 kids at home, so I'm obsessed with teaching them good manners. And it's a hard thing. You can't just describe it in 2 seconds of a soundbite. But the fact is, it's who you ask, it's the way you ask, it's the question you ask, and it's when you ask. And all of these things, if they're handled correctly, can get you a very honest, accurate answer.
So did you, in terms of doing this and developing this, Jim, look at past polls and kind of how they did it to figure out maybe what was a better way?
No, and funny enough, this is sort of what I talk about in the innovation stack of my book, and that is a lot of times when you stumble on something new, it's because you didn't copy what everybody else was doing. And we were not intending to be a polling company. Like, this is not what Invisibly does. It's not our job.
We just
sort of stumbled on this thing that was shockingly accurate. And so we went with it, but it was an accidental discovery, sort of like a lot of stuff.
Well, it's interesting that you say this, too, though. One of our colleagues, David Weston, had caught up with Frank Luntz, who's well known for his polling, but he said we need to figure out a different way, and that, whether it was folks who supported Donald Trump maybe didn't want to talk to certain polls because they didn't like the media outlet or didn't like the approach. Exactly that, what you're talking about, and that definitely skews the numbers.
Absolutely. There are a bunch of things that skew the numbers. It's when you ask, it's the way you ask, it's the question you ask, it's whether or not people feel safe. And boy, you put somebody in a stressful situation or you feel like they're being judged, they're not going to tell you the truth.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating. Well, so what do you think about that in terms of applications going forward? As you said, kind of an accidental business. You didn't plan this. We've got about 40 seconds, and then we'll do some news and come back and do some more. But is this, you anticipate kind of pushing this out as a business even more?
Well, I just think it's good for the world. Like, I think it's not just politics. I think knowing the subtleties of how your message is being received by people is super important. And we just proved it big time by, this is an election. We got to call our shots. So we made our predictions, posted them up where everyone could see them. And sure enough, they were within a quarter point, So I think the application here is anyone that has to communicate can now judge the effectiveness of that communication in almost real time.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, sit tight for a second, Jim. We are going to do some news, and then we'll come back and continue with you. Jim McKelvey, co-founder of Square. We've talked about his book, The Innovation Stack, and he is also founder and chairman of Invisibly, as we mentioned, and the company that we've been talking about. So we'll talk to him a little bit more about that and get his outlook kind of on the world at large and where we are on this Monday. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Massar. Just a reminder, we did see a little bit of a rally on Wall Street and definitely some strong gains in the S&P and the Dow, a little bit different for the NASDAQ trade. All right, let's get back to world and national news. For that, back to Ed Baxter in San Francisco. Hey, Ed.
All right, Carol, thank you. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is saying Donald Trump should continue to seek legal options to his defeat.
The president has every right to look into allegations and to request recounts under the law.
Now, he says he doesn't understand how Republicans could pick up congressional seats and not have the votes for Mr. Trump. Well, Georgia voting systems manager Gabriel Sterling says it's really very simple.
There's many people who did not vote for the president who did vote for David Perdue or Kelly Loeffler.
Yeah, Republicans voting for congressional candidates but not able to vote for Mr. Trump. President-elect Joe Biden is working on the COVID-19 fight.
The advisory board will listen and learn lessons from their experience. And because we know that we won't fully defeat COVID-19 until we defeat it everywhere, my advisory council also includes experts on global health security.
And he says, in the meantime, the best defense is a mask and social distancing. He said, quote, I implore you, wear a mask. Cases growing again in New York.
The good news is the Pfizer tests look good and we'll have a vaccine shortly. The bad news is
that it's about 2 months before Joe Biden takes over.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, meanwhile, that was Andrew Cuomo, by the way, the governor of New York. And New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy is rolling back access to restaurants and bars for indoor dining after 10 p.m. California Governor Gavin Newsom expressing great concern today over what might happen to health care as the U.S. Supreme Court takes up the ACA tomorrow.
6.1 million Californians have pre-existing conditions. And don't forget, it is very likely as we wash through COVID-19, the pre-existing condition can increase and add to that number.
This is Bloomberg.
All right, Ed Baxter, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Doug Krisner. I know you don't go over to New Jersey much, but for those of us who do go over to New Jersey, the idea of having another tunnel in terms of commuting, it's a sweet thing.
That would be huge. You have the Holland and the Lincoln, not enough capacity, and that's for just motorists. And one of the interesting things that we've been seeing through the pandemic, more and more people that are moving in their cars rather than taking trains, right?
Right.
You've seen that. So that just underscores the need for a little bit more capacity. Hopefully, if we do get a vaccine here in the near term, I mean, a lot of that will be reversed. But I don't have to tell you, Carol, you've been making this trip in your vehicle for some time, whether it's your own car or a taxi or Uber or car service. You know what it's like just trying to get through one of these situations, right?
It's crazy. And let me just tell you, the existing, transportation systems between New York and New Jersey, I mean, you get on a PATH train in normal times and there's barely room to breathe. So it's safe to say that we, especially as we've seen the areas just outside New York City, you've seen this in Brooklyn, but you definitely see it on the Jersey side, that it has been built up. There's a lot more people who are living out here and working in New York, that you need the transportation, the infrastructure to support it.
Now, I appreciate New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy's optimism. He's highly optimistic that you're going to get something together that would create another tunnel.
Right. The Hudson River Rail Tunnel.
Okay, but
yeah. What?
President Trump was elected on the basis that we're going to have some huge infrastructure project. Never happened. The Senate stood in his way. And even if Biden is ultimately declared the president now, I mean, we're being told now that Mitch McConnell is kind of backing the president's pushback here on the results. Let's suppose for a moment that Biden is elected, okay? The Senate is likely to remain in Republican hands. Right. I mean, this could keep us back at square one.
The crazy thing is, most people had agreed that infrastructure was one of the things that had bipartisan support. And it's interesting to see how it's kind of come undone.
Now, McConnell does say, in terms of COVID relief, he wants to get that relief moving forward.
All right. Well, we shall see. There's a lot of Americans who could certainly use it. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio. Doug Krisner, thank you.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
So let's begin with the news after the bell. Beyond Meat, with a third quarter net revenue that was far below what the street was looking for. It came in at $94.4 million. Now, the estimate called for $132.1 million. The stock right now is down 29% in late New York trading. We also learned after the bell that Lowe's Companies is in talks to acquire HD Supply Holdings. HD Supply right now holding onto a gain of about 7.25%. Lowe's shares slightly positive. Interesting day today in the equity market. There were kind of two prongs here. The first, obviously, was this large-scale COVID vaccine study delivering very promising results. This is a shot being developed jointly by Pfizer and Germany's BioNTech. It was found to have prevented more than 90% of infections. Pfizer shares today up by nearly 8%, and we had the ADRs and BioNTech moving higher as well. There's also the issue of the results from the presidential election being called for Biden-Harris. Republicans, we are going to assume here, will maintain control of the Senate. So divided government was viewed as a positive. But then late in the day, Senate Majority Leader McConnell said President Trump is 100% within his rights to investigate any possible voting irregularities and request recounts. So that helped take us from session highs. The Dow today up 3%. The S&P 500 had been up by 4%. We end higher by 1.2%. NASDAQ comp falls 1.5% on the day. I'm Doug Krisner. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. I want to get back to our guest, Jim McKelvey, co-founder of Square, founder and chairman of Invisibly, still with us on the phone in St. Louis, Missouri, also author of The Innovation Stack. He's also deputy chair of the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Man, you wear a lot of hats. And I do wonder how that, it's got to shape, obviously, your perspective in terms of what we're seeing right now. I mean, how does the world look to you, Jim, right now? What kind of visibility do you have when we try to think about the virus, the economy, kind of the election? There's just so many big things going on right now.
Well, I'm happy the election is over. As somebody who's, sort of lived through the virus, both as a small business person, as somebody who's, funding vaccine research and watching the data at the Fed, I have to say this, it's actually fairly hopeful. We had a solid economy before the pandemic. And this is the first time we've ever taken a robust economy and voluntarily shut it down for health reasons. So that's never been done before in history. And what I'm literally looking at the data that I'm going to present to the Federal Reserve in about 10 minutes. And we do the data here in St. Louis. Right. And it's not terrible. Like it's obviously very, very bad for certain people. But the economy does seem to be, bouncing back. So that's a good thing. The other thing, not to be too, sort of upbeat about this, is that times of crises are really good at accelerating trends that are going to come anyway. So if we would all be doing Zoom meetings 5 years from now we're all doing Zoom meetings today. So it's a great time for innovation, and companies who are building the future really have a pronounced advantage during times of crises.
It can be uncomfortable, though, as we go it, right? That dislocation as we go through
it's always uncomfortable. But see, that's the thing. Doing something new is always uncomfortable. But if you're doing something new, one of the hardest things, and I guess we just talked about that with our polling technology, like we just invented this great new polling technology, and I couldn't get anybody to listen to us. Okay, I totally failed, and I've been at this for a while, and I know a bunch of important people, and I couldn't do it. Yeah. And that's the thing. If you build something new, one of the most frustrating things is the world will ignore it if things are going well. And right now, if you have a new invention, you have the chance of getting people to notice it far better than they would under normal circumstances. Because when things are normal, you do what you did yesterday. You don't look for new stuff. You don't change.
Right.
When the world is imploding and you're living at home and your kids are driving you crazy because you're homeschooling, like that's the time you actually look out and said, hey, is there any other options? So if you're in the business of innovation, which is always messy, it's a good thing to be in somewhat of a crisis.
The one thing I love, too, you go to your website, you say we follow data to truth, we are deliberately independent. This whole idea of truth, and we've had a lot of discussions on air about, when did facts stop mattering? You know, and so
I can tell you why.
Why?
Do you want to know the reason? It'll take 2 minutes.
Well, that'll
put
give
you
you
into drive time.
It'll leave you 2.5 after it, but that's okay. You'll come back later.
Sorry, but the fact is, there's an economic reason why lies make more money, and that is if you're in the business of selling advertising space, people who tend to believe more fanciful data, i.e., people who believe fake news, are also more valuable as advertising prospects, frankly, because they are more gullible and therefore are willing to buy certain products that normal skeptical people will not buy. And I can prove this. I've seen the data. A gullible pair of eyeballs is worth 10 times as much as a normal pair of eyeballs. So if you are creating content where you're making up falsehoods and those falsehoods are being digested by people, those people's eyeballs are actually worth more. And I'm sorry to explain the business plan of fake news to people, but that's actually what's driving a lot of this.
No, we've talked about this on social media, that the churn, I mean, what drives the momentum, right? The activity is often not the boring facts, but it's more provocative stories that get out there. Then ultimately that increases, you know, the volume of activity, and then that increases the ad dollars. So who's responsible for fixing this? Especially when you think about how many people get their news from social media at this point.
Well, I think there are several vectors for fixing it. I mean, one, we're taking it invisibly as a market solution. We're trying to build a market so that people can choose to spend their attention in ways that serve them best. And we think an open market that's, you know, free of government is probably the best solution. But I also think that governments can play in this world, that they can get in and regulate. It's also possible, although we haven't seen it demonstrated yet, that some of the major platforms will step up. Business partners with Jack Dorsey, and I have a lot of respect for some of the things that Jack's done. So I think you've got multiple agents that can help fix this.
Hey, one thing I want to just wrap up with, and because you have, you know, been involved with Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis, you know, working on a vaccine. We got some big news with Pfizer. You know, the big picture of, you know, what do you make of the collaborative and coordinated effort to find a vaccine and how it can really be leveraged in a great way when it comes to healthcare and dealing, you know, with future vaccine development and just really getting at some of those tougher healthcare issues that are out there?
I think it was wonderful. Honestly, I don't know much about life science, but I stepped up and started working with these people, and what a wonderful group of people to be associated with. They're sharing data, they're helping each other. Nobody's, you know, monopolizing their findings. It's really collaborative in a way that, you know, frankly, we're not always that way out in Silicon Valley.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Does you think it carries over to other industries when you realize when we all are in it together?
Don't need another vaccine for that. I mean,
not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Yeah, wait, who knows? I mean, you know, who knows? Are we going to all, you know, get together? Probably not. But the fact is that in times of crises, I think that brings out, you know, great behavior in a lot of people. And I certainly saw it by, you know, participating with some great scientists who were really working tirelessly to save our lives.
It's pretty remarkable. Jim McKelvey, thank you so much. We always appreciate getting some time with you. Jim McKelvey, he's co-founder of Square. He's author of The Innovation Stack, Building an Unbeatable Business, One Crazy Idea at a Time. As he said, sometimes it just kind of happens. It's accidental, as he talked about with Invisibly. He's founder and chairman of the St. Louis-based Invisibly, and he's also deputy chair of the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, talking about getting ready to actually talk to the St. Louis Fed and maybe not too concerned about what we're seeing in terms of the economic outlook. But of course, we have a lot of conversations in terms of, you know, whether or not we need more stimulus. We're watching those economic data points and certainly going to see whether or not the new administration, what kind of stimulus programs they put into place, or whether or not we get Congress getting some kind of stimulus package done actually before January. So we shall see. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Quick reminder that we did see some gains in the Dow and the S&P, are rallying both of those averages, but the NASDAQ a little bit lower on this Monday.